Hey everyone. Ooh. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Let's get this green screen sorted out. I had my daughter in here yesterday and she messed with everything, so things are not quite right. Oh, well, that'll do. Okay. So let's start the day by looking at the notes. So what do we do? First pass fast travel. No, we haven't finished that. First pass world map. We have done that. We finished that yesterday. This is nearly done. One more job. Need to make the fast travel stations discoverable. All right. So we'll work on that first thing now, I think. Still looking a little... How does it look with the board there? Yeah, the green screen's still looking a bit... Yeah, that'll have to do. It looks fine. Right, so... Let's just build. So yesterday... we finished a world map. Or at least this iteration of the world map. I added this transporter room off stream. Just when I was making a little bit of YouTube content. But that's it. So we've got the world map and we've got how to get to each room using these pink lines. And each room's got its name. It's got where the transporter rooms are. It's very confusing when you zoom out. Not really too much, really that concerned about how it looks, because we're going to do another pass where we are concerned about how it looks. This is just to get it functioning. Can locate on the map. So what I might do... oh yeah, we had this scissor problem to sort out. I might do a locate player button down here or something. Okay. Let's do the locate player button first. So that's in game menus. So when we create this world map canvas, we get the remaining drawing bounds and we add to bounds the scissor.h. So this would be maybe actually a good place to debug that. That scissor problem. So maybe we'll actually do that first before we start messing with changing anything. So we can see that these grey lines are being rendered over the edge of the bottom edge of the map, and that's because there's a scissor problem. The scissor is in the wrong place, or it's reporting the wrong bounds by 8. So what we're saying is basically this scissor should be 600 in size. So let's figure out what's going on there. So because next p.y is 8. Why is that? Okay. So that's to do with the world map bounds 616. We set the bounds 616, render a set bounds, set scissor. So we've made the scissor 600. Yeah, that's fine, that is right. Next P is 88, which is correct. And then we call begin and clear bordered UI. Called begin, which is nothing to do with scissors. Nothing to do with scissors. And we're calling set bounds again. Does the same. That's totally fine. And then we call clear. No title. No V scroll. We draw the world map. Right. So it's here really. So what is... Let's put that down here. What is... Oh, I've put all of them down there now. That's not what I wanted to do. Just Solution Explorer. Yeah, hang on. Alright, there we go. We have a window layout which is... Oops. Office. There we go, that's right. So let's just actually save that window layout. Okay, good. All right, so let's have a look at bounds. Oh, now the watch window doesn't work. This bounds. So we shouldn't actually be... We should be deducting next P.H. Next P.Y, I mean. So I think basically all that means we shouldn't be doing that. Height is not. Okay. We have to add plus style panel padding back on. Object is const qualified. Try that. Where were we? It was in add to bounds, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was get remaining draw bounds. All right. What's the problem here? Can I convert? Really? Okay, can we just get rid of that then? That way around. Let's try that. All right, good. So let's, if this builds, let's see if that fixes that problem. And this is used by all of the UI. So if I just have a little check through the UI, we haven't messed anything up. And then we'll put in that button. No, doesn't build. How big is style? Pretty big. We're assigning it there. E. Okay. All that means is that this cannot be const, unfortunately, anymore. Which is unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter. Let's build this up and then we'll check stuff. And then want to move on really. Don't actually have the error list. View error list. That's not the error list, is it? It is. So the error list, I want to be on top of here, or even better. No. On top of here. No, on top of here is better. Let's see what this looks like. All right. Okay, so it fixes it there. We don't have the overdraw anymore. Drawing over the top of, off the edge of the map. So what does this look like for the other? That's totally fine. Let's go through all the UIs and just check. Chest. See, that's a little bit off now. Shop. That's fine. Data charger. Fine. Whoops. Data downloader. Fine. Crafting bench. Fine, so it's only the chest. So I think they're all of the UIs in the game so far. I think. So it's only the chest, so we'll just go back and fix that chest. So it's the chest menu's lower panel. Okay. So we're in game menus. Chest menu. Untick. So the bottom bounds. Top bounds. So what are the bottom bounds? Let's just draw them out. Well, it's probably the bottom canvas. We draw the inventory bag. For the current party bag. So where do we draw this thing? Draw party bags. So I think it's top bounds dot bottom. Might just be that actually. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, much better. Right. So let's just check all that stuff we did in, which was not really much. And we'll start anew. So, no, not quite. You want to put in a locate player. So, draw world map, canvas. So we could just put a button. We could put one of these buttons in, but it just means shrinking the whole world map. Or we could put in like an icon button. Let's just shrink the whole map. I think that'll be fine. Well, so I think the easiest way to do this is just to do if canvas dot draw button locate hero. Let's just see how that looks. Yeah. Oh, interesting. We've got a proper scissor problem there. So that get remaining draw bounds 570. So the draw world grid there is just for the whole world bounds of the canvas. Okay, so what I think we need to do is we need to pass bounds. We just have to. World bounds. Maybe we don't. Maybe we can pass just the screen bounds. Thing is, the canvas operates all over the entire camera. The camera operates over the entire canvas, I mean. So we can't really do that. So we need we would need a separate canvas. Which convinced me now that I'm gonna just do an icon. Rather than a full-on button. I mean, the button was massive anyway. Okay, so we have font size and font. So we won't do it here. We'll do it here. We'll do right at the end. Where is font? Okay. So auto icon font equals renderer. Do we have renderer? No. Canvas.get icon font. And then we will just do canvas draw glyph icon font, font size, code point, what is it? Font glyph? Glyph ranges, no, what is it? Icon glyph. Hey, all right.
Are you online?
Am I online? Yeah.
Am I going to be all right to have a... Well, if I have a phone call, I can go out if you want.
No, it's not a problem,
Are
yeah.
you sure?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah. No problem. Doing alright?
Yeah, I've got a hospital
Alright, okay.
phone call.
Right, okay. So let's just get some colours. And we'll just say colours dot light sea green, colours dot black. Position is going to be scissor, we'll say scissor.xy for now. Z order, get Z, easy layer. Is there a glyph one? Text. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Okay. There it is. You can't see it. It's right in the corner there. So I just need to move it a bit. So we're going to go scissor dot top right minus effect 2. We want the line height. It's icon font dot get line height. I'm just going to say minus line height minus, and we'll just put a little bit more padding on. 4. And make it appear in the top right hand corner. Line height. Oops. Line height for the font sizes. All right. So it's plus. So actually plussing the screen and then going back. Plussing down the screen and then going back. That's why. All right, where is this now? It's not there. How big is line height? 21. So top right. It's not top right. It's bottom right in screen space. I think. No. It is top right. No, because I'm doing it the wrong way. Silly me. Tired today. There he is. So we're just going to make that a button. So we're going to do auto locate hero button bounds equals rect that inflate by line height over 2. And we'll just say center, and then we're going to run another box for the button bounds, and we'll just say 1 pixel stroke, float color, we'll just make it white. Just do int max for now because this is just temporary. Just to see the bounds are in the right place. They should be. Alright, so that's our little hitbox for the guy. So we're going to go auto locate hero ID equals canvas add input box locate hero button bounds. We're just going to say world map locate hero. And then we're going to go if so canvas dot is hot locate hero ID. I'm going to say colors dot white, not pure white, else colors sea green. What we also want is a tooltip. Right, there it goes. You can kind of see a little bit of the blue. Maybe. No, that's just my eyes. All right. So we want a tooltip. How do we do that? Canvas, a tooltip. Name text rect. World map locate hero tooltip text locate hero locate hero button bounds. Okay, let's see if that works. Should maybe be like that. So if this works, you get a little tooltip above the icon. There we go, locate hero. And then if we click it, so if canvas dot is focused, locate hero ID, clear the focus. And then we will just need to do. We need to do this transition between. How does this work? So it's in the location canvas we do this. Located ID.
Hello, Norman Wells. Hi.
But I don't think we can use. This is world map get location. So we can't do location ID.
Yeah.
So we need to get
Yes.
the hero. Location of the hero in world map space.
Law dictates that it's not but it just comes and goes.
Which is this?
Yeah. And yeah, sorry, carry on. Probably it's just in the last week or so, but it's subsided right down. But this particular episode.
So I'm going to stick this.
In the beginning of last year, I had it twice. Last year, twice.
In here.
So it comes and goes, and it's brought about sometimes just sleeping.
And we want to set to the hero P.
I mean, I've had this for quite a few years now. There's been quite a lot of attention to it. But I just feel like I've been to it.
Okay, let's try that.
Maybe somebody needs to ask, advise me how I can avoid it or if there's any treatment. Yeah.
So if we move away.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There we go. Now we didn't get the nice kind of radiating effect.
Well, usually it starts in the shoulder. Starts at the top of the shoulder, and when it really sets in, it's actually.
So where do we render that radial effect?
And I can, it's very localized. Although the actors radiate to the shoulder, but it depends on what kind of a day I'm having.
So we need the world map location for that to work.
And it becomes quite tender to touch as well. If I lean back on a hard back chair or something, it kind of hurts.
I think we'll leave it. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Just the pressure. And if I have to sit in an easy chair, I have to sort of twist myself, so I'm only pressing on my.
So even worse, that does it there. So we need to set the location ID.
No, I don't. Little bits, but no, that's not a feature. No, I don't get pins and needles.
So we'd say location ID equals standard to underlying.
driving, playing guitar.
The NPC ID hero.
Involves using my arm and maybe looking down, and then I'll look at the ball generally.
So it calls get the location.
It's really weird in that the save and mobility is not.
So that needs to be now standard optional.
Yeah, well, I did go to the MSK at locality this year. Lady Debbie said that if it happens, it should go with a 5-day course of ibuprofen. If that doesn't help, to amitriptyline, which I've done for the last two episodes.
So if we have it, if we can't find that location, we have to go else if auto location equals get game.
I think to be honest, when I'm having peaceful night's sleep, sometimes I can.
So maybe here we need to add. The location. We need to add the hero location in the world map as an actual location.
I used to see a guy called Jake. He helped.
Let's check if that builds first.
Yeah, I think I had a tendency to arch my back and not see it properly. And I have been given
So
some other.
we need to add a different type of location. NPC.
Maybe I should be doing it for next.
So for auto. To NPC 1 enum count NPC ID.
Equals, shall we say?
I need to change this because for some reason I put hero as 0. Hero unknown NPC needs to be 0. This is causing problems.
Yeah, I think I'm quite healthy. 68-year-old one.
Yeah.
I'm probably semi-retired. I still work for the local group.
I might introduce a lot of bugs. I might just do that. Just suffer the bugs. But unknown as that. So I'm going to swap because Jenny has ID 2 everywhere. Just means that the hero is now ID 1 instead of ID 0. Okay. Locations dot in place. NPC. NPC. Ooh.
Yeah, I probably don't exercise as much.
So that is in NPC. So we're just going to see what kind of bugs pop up by swapping the NPC ID for hero from 0 to 1.
Never usually get anything.
Definitely on triggers. Well, he doesn't even get rendered, which is not a good start.
I wouldn't expect so.
He's not even in the level.
So,
Okay. Let's put that back. Don't want to debug that right now.
I do.
So this is just a for loop now.
Tricks.
So we're just adding all the NPCs into the map.
Yeah. I'll stand up. Yeah.
That means the world map controller needs to tick because all the NPCs are going to move all the time. Do we really want to go down this route though? This is me just musing. I think we're going to do this route like we did before. Get game, get entity location, located ID. This seems better. So this is a game location. So we need to go for auto room in world map dot rooms.
Looking to the left, yeah. Straight to the wall. No, turn to the right. It's a bit tight to the right.
It's just map.
Slight discomfort to the right, more so than the left. Yeah.
So what might do is we might say the world map controller can return standard span world map room rooms. And we'll forward declare world map room. And that's just get world, get get world map. Rooms. Okay. So I'll put this here. We'll rename it world map. Get rooms.
Well, I suppose face to face is
I'm
probably
going to say,
a bit more useful. I mean,
we could say find room based on location. So we're going to say optref world map room, find room, const w string view room name. And that's just get rooms dot find room name.
Better than the previous that you mentioned.
And so we'll go if auto room equals
No.
world map find room location room. So just check that builds.
Oh, 13 is good for me.
Nope. World map controller, world map.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get rid of that. And this is world map dot get rooms. All right.
Magic.
So this is world map dot find room.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
So if we find the room, we need to do we'll just do this again. I mean, it's copy paste code, but it's all right. So this yeah, I'll have a cup of tea, yeah, thank you. Auto lock P equals room space location position, and then we draw it like that. And then what we'll do is we'll tick it just there. All right, then let's see. So that, if that works, span doesn't have a find. I have to go through the standard template library stuff. Okay, so we'll change this to just be an array ref. Array world map room. Now this has to be included. Or whatever, we'll just include it. Include world. I think it's actually libbm engine world. Okay. Nah, we'll put it back to the span. Because the world map control doesn't own the rooms, so I don't want it to pass references that can alter the array. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go for auto room in get rooms. No, we can just do this. Return get world map rooms dot find room name. That's better, yeah. Okay, so let's just build all this and see what happens. This is the last job I have to do on fast travel. And we can draw a line under it for a while. Been working on it now for 5 days. So I'm ready to go on to something else. Okay. So let's move away. There we go. So we get this radial. It is a little bit it's because it's being rendered underneath the grid. So we'll just fix that. So where does line appear? Line appears before quad, which is what we want most of the time. So we need to probably make it appear somewhere else. We'll make it appear at top, even though they are lines. Does that mean that those connector lines appear underneath as well? We'll have to check. They might do. Yeah, the connector lines do as well. Alright, cool. So the connector lines, where do we draw those? Oh no, I know. Yeah, it's what we actually want to do is push the world grid back. So we want to actually draw this world grid as a background panel. That's what we want to do. That should fix everything. Yeah, the world lines get drawn over the top. So now we have this little icon up here, which just locates the hero, which is fine. So let's just check. Let's go to another fast travel station. We made one down here. There we go, the hero's there now. So if we locate him. Right, great. Okay. So, end of fast travel. one. So let's look at the notes. So now you can say completed the first pass of fast travel. Brilliant. You can fast travel around the world. You can place fast travel stations in the editor. You can make new ones. Right then, so what we're going to work on next. There's a little, actually. There's a little flickery thing there. I think that's drawing. It's trying to draw the scroll bar there, and then decided it doesn't want to anymore. Ooh. Yeah. 608 V-scroll bounds. Interesting. Whoops. So we basically don't want to draw it there. V-scroll bounds. State last bounds invalid. Last size. So the scissor is 608 there. Oh, thank you. So now, because we're pushing this on, it's caused that problem. It's caused a problem of the scroll bar appearing for a frame and flickering everything. Oh no, it still happens. Interesting. UI is hard. Alright. So let's go here. So we'll open it. So that is working as intended. So it's doing it for 2 frames. So maybe on end UI, we just say we won't draw it for 2 frames. Not drawing it at all. Should only need to delay it for 1 frame. Let's fix this. All right. So we're getting the V-scroll bound. Has V-scroll. The last size was 638 and the scissor was 638. No, scissor was 608. So the last size was a lot bigger than the scissor, which is not right because we're just drawing up to the scissor. Okay, that's good. That's a clue. So it says scissor is 638 immediately. So what is the bounds? $654. $638. Then when we come along again, you're saying it's 608. So we're losing 30 pixels somewhere. So we end it. State last bounds is 638. So it went from 8 to 646. $624. Something's not getting reset, maybe. So the first time is 654. The second time is 624. Right. Okay. Now, is that because okay. So the remaining draw bounds. So next p.y is 38 there. Okay. Because we've drawn a tile. It's probably that. So the next p.y is 38. And then when we draw the title, call set title, title bounds, add input box. It's 38. So I don't know if that's it. See again. Scissor.height 684. And then the next trip round, scissor.height 654. That's the 30 pixels. So the scissor is somehow changing between frames. So the scissor is 684 there. Let's just break when that value changes. $634. $638, was that right? Was that what we had before? I've forgotten now. So the scissor is 684. Break when value changes. $654. So it's changed the scissor value there. Wow, Tech, howdy, how's it going? You doing alright? I'm just debugging some UI stuff. Okay. So 654. Yeah, let's go back again. Okay. So the scissor there is 684. Break when value changes. And then we're going to begin set bounds, set scissor. And now it's 638. Is this the right? Oh, because we're doing it there as well. We skipped past that bit. Didn't break though when the value changed. All right. So scissor is 684. And then we begin set bounds, set scissor, set scissor. So bounds is 654. $638. Confused. Getting two different values. Ah, no. Okay. So this scissor is 654. Then it's 624 the next time. That's what's causing a flicker. It's causing a flicker. So it's 654 there. So that's 684, and then the 30 from the title. So it was 654 the first time. And the second time round, it's the old version of the scissor. So where is the scissor actually set? Game menus on tick, not there. Current menu. Menu canvas. Current menu. Okay, so let's try it from here. So it's 190 to 700. $190 to 700. So the menu canvas. Scissor 684. Because it didn't. It's probably because it didn't have a title last time. That's why. Yeah. Okay, so the first time it doesn't have a title. The second time it does have a title. Alright. So we call set bounds, set scissor. And it doesn't have a title. And then the second round trip, we've added a title on. That's the bug. Which pushes everything down. So I think to fix this, if you add a title, so it's here. If there's no title bounds, we want to store in the state that in the last frame we didn't have a title. So we could say we could store the last frame's title bounds. So let's try this. And then as V scroll, the title bounds have to be the same as well. Let's just try that. So I'm wondering if we could do state.lastSize. Set last size to be 0 instead. We can try that because that's a bit more of a general solution than just checking the title. Because then whenever we don't want a scroll bar, we can just set the last size to 0. Yeah, I think I'll maybe do that. So, where was that? I'm going to say if state.title bounds is not equal to state.title bounds last frame, state.last size, reset. Because we're changing the size of the title, the last size becomes invalid. Because the last size is not going to be anywhere near the next size. And then that needs to just happen no matter what. Okay, let's see if that solves this flickery problem. And we probably need to do it for the footer as well, actually. Yeah, let's check if it works for the title first. Oops. Alright, I couldn't see it then. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. Still got that flicker. Okay, so let's go back here. So we come along. Then we come along again. So we're setting the last size now to be 0. And what that means is we shouldn't render it, which is correct. Yeah, so that is actually correct. It's because this flicker must be appearing on a canvas inside it. Alright, so that is correct, what we just did. But it didn't solve the problem. So we're going to go auto old scissor. I'm going to say if old scissor is not equal to scissor, get the state, and last size is 0 as well. So if we did change the scissor size in general, we won't render the frame. See if that fixes it. Ooh. Did fix the scroll bar thing, but it still flickers pretty horribly. You know, what I might actually do is not set it there. What I might do is get the state, and we'll record the last scissor. And we'll just say get state dot last scissor is that. And then on has v scroll and state dot last scissor equals the scissor. Well, it just has to be the height. We're checking. Let's try that. While this is building, I'm just going to have a 2-minute break. I'll be back soon. Okay. Let's see if we fix the problem. No. Okay. So scissor is 684. Then we set the extent. It's because we're calling it twice. Okay. Calling it twice in the same frame. So in the renderer begin, here. So we can't do it in set bounds. We have to do it before. So does the renderer not have a begin? Right, it's there. Renderer get state we need. IUI render state, get state. Actually, we have it. It's just we just need to make it public. Protected. So renderer.getState.last scissor equals renderer get scissor. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. Okay. Didn't fix it. Can't go there, can it? It can go there. There we go. That might have fixed it. Does flicker the whole thing though now. Okay. Might not even need that anymore. There we go. That's it, sorted. UI can be a pain. There's so many hidden little bits that cause bugs all over the place. I still claim that UI is up there with some of the hardest systems to programming. It's like some of the hardest systems in programming is UI. There we go. It's working fine. Brilliant. Right, so that finally draws a line under it. We've got the next few hours now to start something brand new. So it's a monorail. Start the monorail system. So all the monorail is going to be is something you can climb on and it will travel you around the space station and you can look at all your nice gardens that you've made. And there's going to be another fast travel element to it. So you could just say like, take me to this station, monorail station. Okay. So what do we want to work on first? Should actually maybe check. Check this stuff with because we've been messing around with scroll bars. Yeah, that's alright, innit? That's a bug because I'm holding down the scroll bar there. That shouldn't appear. I'll write that, but I'm not going to fix that now. When holding down the scroll bar, the radar lines still appear. Okay. That's a trivial bug to fix, so I'm just not going to bother right now. So I want to check as well, actually, before we move on. I want to check that the fast travel menu is not using the world structure. I want everything to go through the world map controller. So let's have a look at get world. Right there, look. Get world map room from entity. So now that is just get world map controller dot find room. So find room given an NPC. Find room that the NPC is in. That might be quite nice, actually. So, opt ref, world map room, find room, ENPC ID, NPC. Probably need to forward declare that. And then do this. So in game menus, we have some code. Get the entity location and we find the room. So what I might do is have another one. Ref. World map room. Find room. Which is just the U64 ID. Yeah, right. And what this does is this just returns find room of standard to underlying NPC. And this does if auto location equals get game dot get entity location ID return find room location room, else just do that. That's nice, that's nice. And then in the game menus, this just has to be room equals world map find room based on the ID. And here, where is it? On enter. No, I'm fine, thank you. Got my food. So we're saying, and then we're just getting the NPC position of the hero there. Okay. Check that just works. The only thing that should have altered is the find NPC. The locate hero button on the menu. So move along. If you click to locate hero, it crashes it now. Location is empty. Oh, we've got some shadowing going on. What's going on here? How is that compiling? How is that compiling? Which location are you referring to? Do you have a location in here? Where's that? How is that compiling there? So actually, it has to be that way round. There's no way that should have compiled. Unless I don't know C++. Oh well, whatever. Okay. So locate the dude. Right. Alright, nice one. So we're not using the world at all now. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Alright. Only because we need the definitions though, right? Not using the world. Okay, good. Alright, so Monorail. I guess the first thing we do is be able to get the player onto some platform and then move the platform and move the player around on top of the platform. Okay, so what we're going to do is, coming off this first room here, we're going to make another room, monorail station, prototypes, why can't you type? I mean, two blooming things. What's going on here? New. Monorail station room. And then we will just put in a layer floor and we'll paint down some floor. So this is the monorail station. Doesn't look great. And then we want to put some triggers in. So we want to spawn in here. Spawn NPC hero. So we want to spawn in there. And then we want to link it to the other room. So that, say it's a warp to trigger. Here maybe. Copy this trigger. So when I warp to that trigger, when we enter this trigger. And then we want to warp to the other trigger when we enter this trigger. Okay. So let's just check we can enter the monorail station now. And see we can see on the world map as well. Hopefully this works with the world map. Okay. Alright, so that's the monorail station. And there it is. It's added it on. So let's move it up a bit. Or down here. Maybe we put it down here. Alright, it's monorail station. So that was a good test for the world map there. I added it on. Right, so the monorail station. So all I think I'm going to do is make some kind of platform that you can climb onto. And then we'll move the platform around with the player on top of it. How are we going to do that from an editor point of view? So the monorail is going to be part of the game. So from an editor point of view, we definitely need to be able to draw where the monorail can go. So maybe we should add some kind of path drawing for the monorail. There's two things we can do. We can add some kind of path drawing so they can draw the monorail path, like the path it's going to follow, or we can get the hero climbing on top of something and then move that thing that they've climbed on top of. Do we have anything in the editor to draw paths already? See, that's a path. So to draw a path, all we really want is to click and have it just follow the path. Yeah. Or we could make it easy for ourselves and say the monorails can only go one direction level. Then we just have to draw a line. That would be boring though. Depends how these. So how are these monorails even going to get drawn? So there'll be a front view and a side view of the monorail probably. So we really can only do straight lines. Yeah. I'm just thinking how I'm going to draw this. If I want monorails to go in any direction, like it would be cool to have it sweep down the landscape. But then it's like, so we're only in 2D. How do we draw that and make it look good? Whereas if I just have monorails that can go left to right or right to left, I can just draw the side view of the monorail. And then you can imagine there's steps up to it, get in the monorail, and then it goes off. So let's have a quick look at something like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Just see. How they solved this. So they have so to get that effect there, it needs to be 3D. That's 3D. So that's like Let's mute this tab. Mute. He's already muted. Oh my god, 2 adverts. Don't have YouTube Premium on this account. Okay. So that's all 3D. That's its 3D. So Roller Coaster Tycoon. Roller Coaster Tycoon, the original game. That's 3D. That's 3D. Yeah, so they're just doing it in 3D by the looks of it. So I think what I'll have to do is like a horizontal monorail and a vertical monorail as a line. See, the character only has left and right. Well, he only has sidewards on drawing, but when I go diagonal, I'll just draw the sidewards on one. But if that was a big monorail car, it'd look really weird. Unless they make the monorail like little cars that you can sit in, individual booths. And they can be chained together. Maybe we make it a little thing. I was envisioning like a massive monorail that comes in. You know, looks something kind of like the Shinkansen in Japan, you know, the bullet trains. But maybe they're just little cars that you just sit in. And then we could get away with just having a side view like that. And it wouldn't look as weird. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Alright. So we do need to be able to draw the the path we want the monorail to go. So I think that's what we're going to do next. We're going to have add to the editor to be able to draw a path, and then we'll say that this path is a monorail path, because there's no just like direct draw path yet, I don't think. Because that's not really a path, that's just a mesh. Okay, cool. Right then. So that is in the... Oops. Well, let's just modify the title because we've changed now. Path coding. Coding paths. All right. So that is in the game board editor. If we just look at tick board panel, there's lots of them. Whoops. Tick board panel. So we've got paint trigger, rivers. So this is the edit mode. Which is like a radio button thing. So how do we set the edit mode? I haven't done editor programming in a while. Yeah. Here it is. So this is a radio button. So we're going to add another one in called paths. And then we're just going to say else if canvas draw radio button paths mode control shift P. Is anyone else doing P? Probably. I think that's paint. Control shift. Okay. Underneath P nearly. Control shift K. That'll be fine. E icon glyph. We'll just put in a suitcase icon for now. Style. Paths, we'll say is white. Is on. Edit mode equals E game region edit mode. Paths. New mode equals E game region edit mode. Alright, so we can set the editor to be drawing paths now. So we need a cool icon. For paths. So that's good, but it's a fork, and we're not going to support that. Well, there's nothing really there. Benkley, hey, how's it going? Hope you're okay. I'm doing well. Finally moved on to a new system. I'm going to implement like a monorail, so you can sit around and take the monorail to look at all your nice gardens that you're going to be able to, that you've built. Right now I'm just looking for an icon for paths. What would be a nice icon to draw paths? Say you could draw paths. Which there isn't really anything. We're going to go for that one, even though we're not going to support forks. F126. Const expert WHRT fork icon F126. Alright, so that builds. Now we need to put in the actual shortcut, which was K. Oh, good. How's your game coming along? Doing all right? Let this build. Okay. So, tick board panel. Else, if edit mode is e-game content edit mode paths. So we want a tick board panel paths mode. All I'm going to do to signify that we're in paths mode at the moment is just do canvas, draw quad, in world, we'll draw it at the center of the world, color, white, max. So that's all we'll do, just to signify we're in paths mode. So what we need to do is look at the code for where I am drawing ponds, because they use paths. As you can tell, I have a terrible memory for the code base. All I do is I tend to just look at code that I've previously written and copy that. So ponds mode. So a pond has in it a spline. And what does a refresh do? Pond. Ponds. Content, get ponds. Ponds. Pond, board pond. Refresh. Calls generate points. Spline generate points. Order max point count. Hosher Games 21. Hey, how's it going? Which library? Nothing really. Nothing. No, not SDL. I use DirectX 12 and a couple of like lower level libraries, compression libraries and things. But yeah, built pretty much everything myself. Yeah, if you've got any questions, then just ask. It's no problem. Physics. Custom physics, yeah. There's not much physics in the game though, but yeah, custom physics, what I've got. I'll show you some physics. So what I just implemented a week or two ago was breaking apart rocks. Oops, how does that work again? So you can smash rocks. That bit of physics, and then they like chase you. And then the other bit of physics that I implemented was this smiley, which is actually cloth. And it blows around in the wind and stuff like that. And there's two, so like a bit of rigid body physics and then cloth physics. But I implemented them on my own, yeah. I haven't got the cloth physics on stream, but about 2 weeks ago, I implemented all that. If you go to my YouTube VODs channel, I think the link's on my Twitch links page thing. I've got all the streams up there for me implementing that. Yeah. What I'm working on right now is let's go back to this guy. So it's a gardening game on a space station, and one of the cool things I thought is you'd be able to like catch a monorail around the space station, and it's very chill. You just sit there and you sit on the monorail, and the monorail like takes you past all your gardens that you've made, and you can just basically admire them. That's basically what the point of it is. But I've just started that system, and I'm making a way to draw paths, because the monorail's obviously going to follow a path. And I have got paths in the engine, but in a very small way. Oh, got a crash there. Found that, so there's no light tokens. That's fine. Okay. See if you can recreate that crash. So yeah, you go to ponds. Yeah, I don't know why that crash happened. As you can see, it's still a little buggy. Ponds. Yeah, so we've got paths around these ponds. So that's the only thing with paths. So now you're going to be able to pick a path. And that white rectangle means we're in paths mode. And then I'm just going to do a draw a thing where you can just click like this and draw paths. Okay. So I was familiarizing myself with how I do that. Okay. So let's put in board path. And it's gonna have an ID and a spline, I think. A nerve spline. What kind of splines do I have? Bezier spline. Nerve spline. Bezier path. How does nerve spline work? Add control point. So yeah, nerve spline I think is the one we want. So U64 ID. New ID. And then a nerve spline, and it's gonna have a spline on it. Okay. And then we want serialization. Of the board path. And we're going to have ID. So I want to call this path ID, path.spline. Path ID, path spline. And we probably also want a type, what type of path it is. We have unknown, and then we'll have monorail. Make that U32. We'll put type there. Okay. That's it, I think. So we'll have an array of these in the game board content class. Array board path. Paths. And then we'll serialize all these. So it was next to regions, paths, content.paths, and then here content.paths. Right, so now we've added that in, we're just going to make sure we can open all the levels up and stuff. But array board path, get paths, optref board path, get path U64 ID. We'll just stick them in and then we'll test. Oh, what's Visual Studio doing? All Visual Studio's crashed. Come on, Microsoft. Okay. Okay, so let's build. Okay. That builds. So let's just build everything up now. Just want to check we can open levels. in the editor. Now we've made a change to this. So this affects the data layout. Where are we? Game board content. Game board content. This is the data layout of the level. In binary and in text. Should be fine, he says. Good. So, we also want to spawn in this room, in the monorail station.room. So in game.config, this is just monorail station. Okay. So let's save this room and we'll just check the data layout. We'll just check the room file. So assets, where are we? Levels, boat, rooms, prototypes, monorail station. Okay. Oh, just close everything. Monorail station. There you go, right. So we're just looking for paths. Regions, paths. There aren't any in it at the moment, but we'll add some in. So this is the text data layout for the game levels. So the game levels can be compiled in, can be stored in two ways: text or binary. The text one, it's good to have two, because text means you can check that the data layout is correct, or at least it's saving the right stuff. And then the binary layout is obviously much faster to load. Okay. Okay, so let's game board editor. So instead of just drawing a white quad, we're going to fill the spline full of points, or the NURB, whatever it's called, and draw that. But first I'm going to have a 2-minute break and make a cup of coffee. Be back in 2 minutes. All right then. So let's just fill this spline full of points. Obviously, I only want to do it once. So we'll go static bool. Well, I'll just say if paths. How do I get the content? Content. So let's figure out how we get the contents first. Game board get root content. I haven't done any. This is editor programming. I haven't done any editor programming in a while. It's like this year even. Okay. I'm gonna say if content dot paths get paths. Okay. Auto paths. If paths dot get count is 0, I'm gonna make one. And place a path, and then we'll just say auto path equals paths index. Check that builds. What's the problem? Reference. Where is it? We haven't even implemented it. That's fine. Return path. Okay. Check that builds. Okay, so we have our path. So we want to fill it full of points. So path, spline, add control point. So we'll say we'll just add in 4 control points, right? So say -8, 8, vec2, -8, 8, weight. What do we need for weight? Just 1, I think. Well, it's weight optional. Yeah. So we'll add a bunch of control points. 2, 3, 4. And then the Y is just going to go between 8 and -8. And the X is just going to go 4, 0, 4. And then we want to do path, spline, generate points, order max point count. So what else do we do? We got 5, 100 there. Seems reasonable. And that gets a reference to some points. Can we get the points later? points. Yeah. And then all we're going to do is for yeah, I'm going to have okay, we'll just do this. Static size t index is 0. Set the index. And then we're just going to go do this. And then go for auto p. I will say paths index spline get points. Actually, I think I have a call for this. Draw polygon in world for the span of points. We'll draw it float color. We'll draw it green. Int max. Right, let's just see what that looks like. This works, but it just draws a wavy line, like a sine wave. And we need to stop booting into the game. We need to boot directly into the editor now. So we'll do that next. Alright, so if I click paths mode, okay, well it's okay, so it's filled that draw polygon. Draw polygon. Maybe it's just draw lines. Draw lines in world. Yeah, it's not a polygon. So let's have a look at that again. Okay, so it's not a sine wave. And it's not going from -8 to +8. Going from -8 to -8. Okay. It's because that's a bug. That's a typo, even. There it is. So I wonder why it's not gone all the way up to... I think it's because this control point's pulling down on this control point. So I think that's actually correct because it is symmetrical. Okay, so let's boot straight into the editor. How do we do that? So we want to set launch game to 0. Then in the editor window, we want to tell it to boot into rooms, prototypes. Let's just get this off. Assets, levels, boat, rooms, prototypes, it's just monorail station dot room. Okay, so let's just see if that boots straight into the monorail station. Nuke Bird, hey, how's it going? So I've just finished world map stuff and fast travel stuff, and now I'm making a monorail because it's going to be like, it's going to have a monorail going around the space station, and you're just going to be able to ride the monorail and admire all the gardens that you've made. It's going to be like a chill way to see everything that you've made in the space station. But I've just finished doing world map stuff. So this is the fast travel station, and then I've got this world map in here now. This is a proper geometrically correct world map. So these are the transporter rooms, and these pink lines are just the connectors, you know, so you walk in and out of the room through this line like that. So you can just, go to the fast travel to the transporter room. But that's all done. So now we're on just started a new system. So in particular what I'm doing is drawing paths for the monorail to follow. So you'll be able to author these paths in the editor, and you'll be able to say that the path's a monorail path, and then the monorail system will use it to, drive around the level or drive around the world. It's going to be quite a big system, this. It might take quite a long time. Right now I've just got to draw in this W thing. Okay, so we do boot directly into the monorail station room. Okay, so what I'm also gonna do is draw the control points. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I will try my best. What are you up to today? So let's just draw the control points. Paths, index, spline, top control, get control points. And the control point is a vec2. So let's just do canvas, draw quad in world. CP, inflate 0.25. Block color. We'll draw the control points red. Max. Right, so there are all the control points. So let's just make it so we can grab hold of them. Okay. So let's just get the control points. Oh yeah, the room system. I mean, I'm going to do another pass on the world map, and it will probably end up looking different to that. That's the very basics that I've just implemented. But yeah, the game will be in rooms. Even outside, I'm going to call it, even when it's outside, they're called rooms. In the code and stuff. So we'll actually have to iterate by index. And this is control points P. So this is the control point bounds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add editor. Right, I need to remember how to do this. I want to add an input box. See if we could do it directly with the canvas. Oh yeah, mint. Generate island mask. Veroni cells. Not sure what Veroni cells are. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I will, yeah. Always interested in stuff like that. So is it a noise like a smooth noise? Like purling noise? To create the islands. Yeah, so you say like an alpha mask. The island, so you know what is an island and what is not. Cool. That sounds fun. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. Take a look now. Ooh, yeah, cool. Like cells, aren't they? They look like these look like actual cell organisms. Yeah, the only type of noise I've got in the engine is purling noise. Which is clouds, isn't it, really? What do I use it for? I use it for clouds. I use it for smooth random, so I could use it for loads of stuff. I think I use it for the ripples and stuff on water, and I don't know, I use it all over actually. I might put that Veroni noise in when I have spare time to do some. So they've got whirly noise. Yeah, it's really cool, man. Definitely. Yeah, I've got purling noise. So I've got the STB version, but I've also got my own version. So the STB version doesn't tile, I remember. So I built a tileable purling image generator based on this article. When was that? When did I write that note? August last year I wrote it. It's not many lines of code really. I mean, that's just setup, I think. But you get tiled purling noise, so I can use that to, because I have like an infinite world essentially. I need everything to tile, so when I walk, if you're walking down a river and you're using the purling noise for your water ripples, it tiles. Cool. Oh yeah. Nice. Simplex is newer and faster. Yeah, I'll have a look at Simplex. Like these textures, so I use it to generate textures, but it's offline. Like I use it, when you're building level data, so it doesn't matter if it's fast or slow, because the texture is the thing that's saved into the game, and it's just treated like a texture. If I can find it. Compiled? No. Packs. There it is. So that texture there is generated by this code, but it only generates it if I was to delete this texture. It would generate it again, but then if it just checks if it's there, and if it's there, it doesn't bother. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I imagine you could use something like that for the light effect on the bottom of swimming pools. Not quite cool. When the water hits the bottom of a swimming pool. No, don't want that. Like that type of stuff. Nice. All right. Yeah, probably, yeah. All right. So we're going to grab these control points. So we've got the control point bounds. We're adding the input box. name, I'm just going to say is path control point. I want to check if this is how you do this in the edit. It's definitely how you do it in the game. I haven't done any editor work for ages, so I need to. And then I have P. I need to see if it works. Point ID. And then we're just going to say canvas.isHot point ID. Say white, else red. That seems to work. Okay, so what I also want to do, I don't want it to take focus away from anything that has focus in here. Do I though? Well, let's just keep it like this for now. Come across a problem, we come across a problem. Or we could just look at the ponds one. No, we're just doing it the same way. Yeah, brilliant. So we want to move these points. So we're going to say if point, if canvas is focused, point ID, auto drag delta equals canvas.get world space drag delta vector. And then we want control points P plus equals drag delta. Must be an L value. Right, now you can interrupt me whenever you want. I enjoy it. I don't know many people. Come from a small town and I don't know many people that like programming, so it's good for me to, it's nice for me to talk to people like programming. How do I keep going? Bananas and coffee. But seriously, it's like it's a hobby. I don't really have a problem with motivation as long as I'm enjoying myself. It can get a bit taxing when you're stuck on a bug for ages. I really like the idea that you can do a little bit every day and then after a while you get something that's like massive. And that doesn't just apply for programming. I like that. I like that, you know, you break it up into little chunks and I don't really think about where I'm going to be in like a month's time. It's just like, what am I going to do today? If I think, you know, if I thought about the big picture and be like, man, I've got to make this entire game and it's like I want the game to be good, so that's pressure, then you might put yourself off making it. Do you understand what I mean? So I don't tend to think like that. I just tend to think about, like, I have a weekly list of stuff that I want to get done. Which is just a checklist. A weekly list of stuff that I want to get done, and that's all I think about. I don't think past that week, really. And then I have some kind of like outline broken up into months, but this is not strict. So I'm not going to beat myself up if I take longer. Like, so design, for instance, and systems code there are like blending into one, I have discovered. But I think the trick is just not to think too far ahead. Trello, yeah. It's public Trello, I think you can look at it. Let me get it back up again. I'm not strict with it or anything. I'm not strict with these times. I think if you put it, definitely for me, if I put myself under too much pressure, it stops being enjoyable, and the whole point is to enjoy it. Yeah, program is a hobby. Too many ideas. That's just discipline, I suppose. Pick one thing and try and do it, and then move on to something else. It's very difficult though. Like, this whole thing only works because you do it every day, a little bit every day. And not spend too long every day. I found my limits maybe like 5 hours a day coding. When I was younger, it was longer actually. I could probably spend 8 or 9 hours a day coding when I was younger. But 5 hours a day, and then I won't put myself beyond that because I know I've got to come back the next day and do it again. And if I'm tired from the day before, I'm just going to end up deleting all that stuff. Or loads of it, or it's going to be full of bugs or something. So what was I doing? Moving them around. So this keeps the points focused as well, which we may or may not want to do. I've only ever worked on my own. I've never had anybody above me telling me what to do, apart from right at the very beginning of my career after university. I don't know how I would be in a team environment where someone else was telling me what to code and scrutinising my code and stuff. I might find it, there's extra pressure with that, isn't there? And by discipline, I also mean discipline when to rest, discipline when to work. But then when I was saying like don't overwork, that's also discipline, because the temptation is to keep going and you have to stop. Or you won't, or at least I won't produce good stuff because I'll just be too tired the next day, and it accumulates. The tiredness accumulates if you do it day after day after day, and then at the end, you might come back to something a couple of months later and be like, wow, this is all not very good. And then have to redo it. Alright, so can we move these? We can. It's laggy about. It's laggy because we're only drawing at 60 frames a second, but we actually are losing the point there because we're only moving by a delta. But I think that's fine for the editor. Alright, so if we are focused, if drag delta length squared, so if there is a drag delta, we want to actually rebuild the path. Generate points. So is there a refresh? No. Maybe we should make a refresh. So I'm building a spline editor, yeah. So those red dots are the control points, but I'm not regenerating the spline yet. So yeah, it is a spline editor. Because I'm going to create the paths for the monorail to move along. I'm just making like a, you know, a fixed case, and then I'll gradually build it up and build it up until you can you know, you can add points, remove points, move entire splines, all that type of stuff. So maybe we should have just a refresh there. So we also want, we can't do this here because this is going to destroy all those points. So we'll get the drag delta. There, and then we'll generate the points later. And we'll just say all changed. Do that. If changed, generate points. 5100 again. Yeah, maybe we should have a refresh. That would be nice. Generate points. All right then. So now I'm regenerating the points every time that we change the position of the control point. So also what we want there is we want undo redo. So we could do that by saying if canvas is it just we need to detect when it's just been dragged. Left. How do we do that? So we look at pond. No, not there. Pond mode. Window. Left button just dragged. If window we don't have. Let's get the window. input window. If window, where are we? Window left button just dragged. Push undo redo board. Okay, so let's just see if that gives us undo redo. Cool. Good. All right. So now we need to add the point. We need to add a point. If canvas dot nothing focused, anything focused. If there's nothing focused, we can add a point. We can add points. And we need to add points to the focused path. So focused ID, I believe, is what we want. Edit mode. No. So there's two conditions that we want to be able to add the points in. We need to be in a certain mode in the editor where we're adding stuff. Nothing has to be focused. I think those are the two conditions. No, three. Nothing has to be focused. And we need to have the spline we are adding points to selected. Right, so we can just do that immediately. So we can just say focused ID equals path index .id. Paths index.id. Oops. So this spline is collected. Okay, so we can make this for all paths. And path index now just becomes path. And then so we can say if nothing's focused and path.id is the focused ID, and we need to be in this mode. What is that called? It's a mode where we press tab, I think. So tick board panel. So trigger mode definitely has it. There we go. Stamping. It's the stamp mode. If we're in the stamp mode, stamping, I think. Okay. And stamp mode equals stamping. So what I'm going to check there, the way I'm going to check that's working is we'll just draw something. We'll draw the comput. No, we don't want to draw the control points, do we? Yes, I think the way I've done this before is that if it's in this stamping mode, we draw the control points, and if you shift click, you add control points in. So that goes here. Okay, so we can test that now. So if we go into the stamp mode and we are focused, how do we get it to be focused if there's no control points? We'll figure that out. Right. So if we press the tab key, go into the mode. Okay, so that when we do that, that immediately sets it. Removes, I think maybe removes this focused ID. Oh no, that's what we want. Well, so let's just remove that condition. Right, so now how do I just draw a pond? So we can just select inside a pond to make it the active pond. Whoops. Does this work with ponds? How does it work with rivers? Double click a river to select it. How does it work with ponds? Double click a pond. Okay, so for this, maybe you double click it to select it. So we need to be within range of a spline. To make it selected. So if it's the focused ID, then we can show the control points. How do we make it the focused ID? We need to get a list of we need to get the closest spline to the mouse. Okay. So what do we have in geometry for that? Find closest edge to point. Min distance between line, segment and point. Find closest edge to point. Do we have a distance to a spline? Distance to a bunch of lines. So we do have something called minimum distance between line, segment and point. Minimum distance to that point. Okay, that's for a quad. All right. So we need minimum distance between lines and point. We won't do it here for now because this takes an age to compile if we change this. We'll do it first here. Wherever we were. Yeah. Zero. So this is minimum distance between line segments and point. And then we want const standard span point type points all lines. And then we want to go more. Size t, I equals 0, j equals 1. J is less than lines dot size. I plus plus, j plus plus. So it'd be not 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we want to go set that to the maximum float, and then return min. So we want, we'll put this in the geometry namespace. We want auto d equals minimum distance between a line, segment, and point. So that's lines I, lines j, point. If d is less than min, min equals d. Or if min is greater than d, min equals d. And we return the min. So that's the minimum distance between for a bunch of lines, right? So we want static pair of, we want the distance, and we also want the index of the point, right? We want to go get closest path index, and then so that's const standard span path or paths, and then const vec2 point. So it's the closest path to that point. So if you pass no paths in, so we need to do yeah, I think I want to make this just optional. This is a shame because that is big. Say that's the closest path result. All right, so let's just check that compiles. Okay, so just going to go for auto path in paths. Auto D equals geometry minimum distance between line segments and the point. That's path dot spline. Get points. Point. I'm going to say if result and result first is greater than D, right, if not result, result D, so we want the index. DP. Else, if result first is greater than D, result equals standard pair D and P. Okay. Path dot size. So what's the problem here? Cannot deduce the template argument. Really? Well, it's a vec2. Really? Why not? So the thing is, this is always a floating one anyway. Let's just make this strictly for floats. All right. So I'll do it like this. So we're going to do struct closest path result. Now float distance, size t, path index. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go auto closest path equals get closest path index, the paths, and the point is going to be canvas to get world space, get cursor position in world. So, or maybe we could actually return the path ID. Path ID. This could be get closest path ID. That would be better. And this is path ID. Okay. If auto closest path, no. If closest path and closest path ID equals path.id. It's a problem. It's optional. So this is standard optional. Closest path result, closest path. I'm going to say if auto cursor p closest path is that. If closest path and the ID is the ID, and closest path D is less than, we'll say 0.25 world units, we will draw the path a different color. We'll draw it yellow. Okay, so basically if the cursor gets within a quarter of a world unit, we'll draw it yellow. ID is not a member of closest path result. Path ID, closest to path result. So in theory, we'll be able to detect when we want to select a path. There we go. Okay, so that's good. We're going to stick this into the maths library. That unfortunately is going to create a big build. So I'll go and get a cup of coffee while that's happening. All right. But at least now we can detect when we want to select a path. Next step is to select the path. Okay, I'll do that after I've had a 2-minute break and this is all built. Okay, nearly there. The maths library is used by everything, so it takes a long build. Add stuff to the maths library. Well, it's like 2 minutes. This is an old computer as well. It would be faster if I had more cores. I've only got 8 cores. Alright. So what we want to do, if we're in this position and I think the mouse is and the mouse has just gone down, I think is the best. Is the best path. If the mouse has just gone down and nothing is hot, nothing else is hot. Yeah, so if canvas, so if there's nothing hot, if not canvas, so nothing else wants to be selected. If not anything hot. And window, left mouse button, just down. We'll say focused ID equals path ID. And that will select it. Now we were doing double clicks. I think the other one is double click. So maybe we have to do double click. So if we draw a river, double click. If you just single click it, nothing happens. Okay, so we'll do double click as well. So it's left mouse button double clicked. And probably want to push an undo redo state there as well. Let's just check the pond or the rivers. Rivers is a very big function. So we're saying if the river is focused and it's double clicked there. Okay. I was using this to set the focus. Okay, so that doesn't appear to work. If there's nothing hot. So there is something hot. There's this. So it's if the camera drag input is hot. Do we have that? Okay, we should put that in. That's kind of handy. Camera drag input is hot. And then we should return is hot. Get camera drag input. So it's not the state that there's not anything hot, you see. If not, camera drag input is hot. So if camera drag input is hot, that's the default one, because that's where we're selecting the canvas to drag around with the mouse. Okay, see if that works. Is hot, not a const function. Wonder why. There's probably a reason for that. Whoops. Oh. So I changed, I put something into the actual canvas itself, which would trigger a rebuild. It's a big rebuild because obviously the canvas is used by anything that draws anything. Okay. Pico reticle. It's in the effect controller. Try and build that again. Okay, there we go. Visual Studio, man, sometimes doesn't catch it all. Said I had a linker error, but I didn't. It just didn't rebuild the file. Okay, so let's see if we can double click on it now. There we go. So we can't click off it. We need to put in the state to be able to click off it. So we do that in the pond one. We have this little thing at the end. Which allows us to click off it. Yeah, so there we are, push and undo redo state as well. So we should do that here. And then right at the end here, focused ID. There we go. So that should allow us to click off the spline as well. So we double click to get on it. Oh. No. It's immediately coming off it. Okay, so that's causing if not window got left mouse button double clicked, and let's try that. There we go. And we can click off it. Okay, so if we've got one selected now, so that also clicks off it. So if this is a focused ID and there's a closest path, and focused ID is not equal to the closest path ID, then we can do it. We can click off it. So the next step is to move the entire spline around. Do we want to do that for a monorail one? We do want to do that for a general path editor. Oh, no, that's not working. Yeah, so there is always a closest path. I'm gonna do I'm gonna say closest path distance is greater than 0.25. Closest path reset. Like in the monorail, we probably don't want to move the entire, I mean, we might want to move the entire spline. Yeah, we probably would. Actually. So we can't click off it still. So we're resetting it. So there is no closest path. Okay, yeah. Hang on. If there's a focused ID and there's a closest path. So what I think we want to do. Yeah, that'd be great, thanks. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put an operator in. Can't swap them around. Bool operator with a path ID. And then we can check it against the focused ID, right? So if there's a focused ID and focused ID is not equal to closest path. So if there's a focused ID and it's not the closest path, then we can click off it. Maybe. We click off it. When we do that, it doesn't go, because that's correct, because that is what, putting the mouse down on that, what we're going to move the whole spline next. Right. Now that works with undo redo. Okay, so now we want to move the whole spline. So if we're not changed, if we've not changed, and this is in the focus state, right? And closest path is the focused ID, and there's a drag delta. We want to move all the points, so we want to go change is true, and we want to remove we want to move all the control points. So for auto P in control points, we do CP plus equals drag delta. Thank you. Kind. So we double click it, that clicks off it, we double click it, it is moving it, it's just moving the camera as well. So we need how do we stop the camera moving? So let's have a look at ponds. So the pond box. So the pond is easier because it's got a bounding box. The rivers, I think, also have a bounding box. Yeah, we're doing river boxes. So Maybe the easiest way to do this is to put a little input box around the mouse. Let's have a quick look. Oh, we just clear the focus here for it. Let's see if that works first. Where are we? Just clear the camera drag input. There we go. So it's falling off as well. So it works if I move it slowly, but if I do it fast, it falls off. That's because we're checking this. This has to be by not reset. So if there's if there is a focused so let's start by making that static, and then we have to say if not focused ID. So we don't change it if it's focused. Okay. So now we can't click off it. So that's not right. So that's down here as well. And not don't know what that would do. Oops. It's the same state as before. So if the left mouse button is not double clicked, and not window. Window. Left mouse button has drag. I'll just canvas. Let's drag. Try that. So this is, whoops. So it's not actually there. So the closest path is reset. So if not, window, canvas, left mouse button, canvas, let's drag. Let's try that. There we go. And we can click off it. And we can move the points. Brill. So you can see how this could be a path that the monorail would take. So I also don't want to render the points if the canvas has drag. If not, well, if drag, I could say if drag delta dot length squared 0. So if we're not dragging, let's just see what that feels like first. No, I think we do just want drag. If not, canvas dot, let's drag. So I don't want to see the control points if I'm dragging, because they just get in the way. You know, if I wanted to see what that curve looked like there, right at the end, but there was a control point in the way, I wouldn't be able to see it. So I tend to not render control points when I'm dragging stuff around. Alright, good. So the next step is to add in new control points. So I think the easiest way to do that would be to we're going to draw lines we're going to draw lines connecting control points. So if not canvas dot as drag, canvas draw lines in world, control points, float color, I'll just draw them white, don't really mind, in max. Okay, so that should just draw lines connecting the control points. Okay, that's quite intense. And then if we hold shift down in this state, we need to be able to insert a new control point. Come on, Visual Studio. That's better. So we need to insert a new control point wherever the mouse is. Oh, actually, we need undo redo for that first. So if window to left button just dragged, push undo redo game board. Let's just test that. Which means we have to temporarily add a point in. While shift is down. Just test this works first. Move that across there. Good. So when we hold shift, we're gonna have to have a control point at the mouse location. And we have to temporarily add it into there. And then when we release shift, we have to take it out. Okay. So let's just work on if shift has just gone down. Okay. If window dot key just down, E key shift. We need to add a control point after this one. So it would be control points, add at. So the control point would be the cursor position. So standard optional vec2 cursor P. So we're going to say if there's a cursor position and shift is just down, we will add at P, we'll add at the cursor position P. If cursor position, alright, made me jump that. Else if window dot key down E key shift, if the shift is down, just add that, give a new index. Insert fit. So return, so it's P. So we say control points P plus equals drag delta. All right, yeah. That equals. Yes. Okay, yeah. See you later. Equals it. Now it might move the wrong point, this. So hold down shift. That didn't work at all. Oh, we're not regenerating the points, that's why. Well, let's check this is actually. Okay, this is for each path. It's not for each point. No, it is for each point. Okay, so this is no good. So we need to add a point. We need to get the closest line segment. So we have something like that. So we have get closest path ID. We need another one. We need get closest line segment. So struct closest line segment in path. So we want the odd path. and we want const, oops, to point, and then get closest line segment. So what is a line segment? A line segment, I think in the engine, is points. What we want is an index range, I think. Index range, which is just 2 indices, because we want like in between this point and this point on the in the control points. So I think what we're going to do, we might make this general as well. Standard span spec 2. Or lines, or whatever we want to call it. What do we call that? Lines. Okay, so this could be part of geometry as well. We'll do it here for now. So this is also optional. So we want to go for size t, I equals 0, j equals I plus 1. J is less than lines dot size I plus plus j plus plus. And then we want float min well, use standard numeric limit float max. So auto D, and that can be auto as well. Auto D, we'll put this in maths. Geometry. Closest line segment. Closest line segment to point. I'm really surprised we don't have that. D equals min distance between line segment and point. So that's lines I, lines J, point. If not result equals I and J. Else, if result, no, we need to actually store the distance. It can't be an index range. So that's like closest line result. I0, I1, and float D. D. Else, if min is greater than result D, we don't need min anymore. Else if result, call this distance. If result distance is less than D, is greater than D, we set it as well. Check that builds. P undeclared identifier. Okay, so this is not currently working. All right. Ooh, I want to stop in a minute. So, closest line segment to point, so we have that now. Okay, so let's put this back in. If key is just down shift, we need to go if auto closest line equals geometry closest line segment to point path dot spline. That's just control points cursor position. We need to add it in at closest line I0, I believe. And then this we need to figure out. And we also need to generate the points. So we can just say changed is true there. So we won't be able to move it, but we might be able to add it in. And then if we get there, then I'm just going to stop for the day. My brain's getting foggy now. So if I press the shift, we crash. Okay, that didn't work. So we added in a point. Okay, I'm not sure why that crashed. Let's try that again. We added in the points. That's fine, I think. Generate points. Generate knots. Empty. Points empty. So it's 5. Right, okay. Can't do that. You can't add a point directly in. So path.spline. Add control point. Is there at an index? We just not add a control point at index. Okay, well we need to make that. We'll just do this for now. I'm thinking I need to stop. Get weights dot add at cursor. No. Closest line. Why not? So we'll add a weight there as well. It crashed because we didn't have the right the weights and the control points have to be the same size. Okay. So press shift. There we go. It added it in. It added it in at the wrong place though. So it has to be I1. Shift. There we go. So obviously shift adds it in. I don't want that as the default behavior. I want when you hold shift down, it adds it in. And if you click, it permanently adds it in. But if you don't click and you release shift, it takes it out again. But I'm going to have to do that tomorrow because I'm tired. I need to go and chill. My brain's getting warped. But yeah, we're good. We made the call. We're like halfway there with the spline editor now. Alright, so I'm back on tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. And yeah, GMT that is. And I'll see you then. See you later.